Welcome all to Pathfinder Kingmaker. Alright. So this is an RPG based on the Pathfinder system, obviously. What do we have for settings? I don't have time for all this. What about sound? Master volume's 100%, music 100%. I guess I'll keep the music up. I'll keep the volume up for now and tweak it if need be. Yeah, whatever. We'll find out as we go. It's just a blind playthrough, though. This is actually a blind playthrough. Okay, the main story. Explore the Stolen Lands, a wild territory that has been contested for centuries. Hundreds of kingdoms have arisen and fallen in these lands, and now it's time for you to make your mark by building your own kingdom. To succeed in this, you'll need to survive the harsh wilderness and the menace of rival nations, as well as perils from within your own court. We'll do the new story. Difficulty. We'll just do normal. That's fine. So I can choose Hedward, a fighter, role protector. Melaku, a paladin, role melee. Valine, class ranger, role archer. Gimar, a sorcerer, role area damage. And Yadmila, a cleric, role healer. Let's make a new character. Oh, welcome to the stream. Yes. That's quite nice. I do like that. I do like that a lot. No, I don't want to be a female. Interesting. Before I pick my portrait, I think I need to pick my class, right? Alright. I do like that guy. He's kind of cool. Ooh, me likey. Me likey a lot. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like this man a lot, dude. Class. We can go back to portrait later. What classes are there? Alchemist. The alchemist's reputation is not softened by his exuberance, some would say dangerous recklessness, in perfecting his magical extracts and potion-like creations, infusing his substances with magic siphoned from his aura, and using his own body as experimental stock. Nor is it mollified by the alchemist's almost gleeful passion for building explosive bombs and discovering strange new poisons and methods for their use. These traits, while making him a liability and risk for most civilized organizations and institutions of higher learning, seem to fit quite well with most adventuring groups. So, without going through this in too much detail, so you're basically using potions to influence your, this one right here, Alchemist discovers how to create a mutagen that he can imbibe in order to heighten his physical prowess at the cost of his personality. Interesting. An alchemist makes an incredible alchemical discovery. Unless otherwise noted, an alchemist cannot select an individual discovery more than once. Some discoveries can only be made if the alchemist has met certain prerequisites first, such as uncovering other discoveries. Only one such discovery can be applied to an individual bomb. The DC of any saving throw for called for by a discovery is equal to 10 plus 1/2 the alchemist's level, plus the alchemist's intelligence modifier. So intelligence is nice for an alchemist, that looks like. Poison resistance, so you just get saving throws versus poison. And then at 10th level, you're completely immune. So the bombs. These bombs have a range of 30 feet and use the throw, splash, weapon, special attack. Bombs are considered weapons and can be selected using feats such as point-blank shot and weapon focus. On a direct hit, an alchemist bomb inflicts 1d6 of fire damage plus additional damage equal to the alchemist's intelligence modifier. Okay. Well, I don't think I want to do an alchemist. Barbarian? What about a bard? There's a lot of choices in here. Holy moly. Bards capably confuse and confound their foes while inspiring their allies to ever greater daring. While accomplished with both weapons and magic, the true strength of bards, lies outside melee, where they can support their companions and undermine their foes without fear of interruptions to their performances. Inspire courage. So you're kind of buffing stuff. Bardic knowledge. Okay, I think I'll pass. Cleric is nice. Okay, without reading every single thing in here, because it's going to be crazy to read all of this. Prerequisites, okay. Let's just try to think. What do we want? Magus. Magi spend much of their time traveling the world, learning whatever martial or arcane secrets they find. They might spend months learning a new swords fighting style from a master warrior while simultaneously moonlighting in the local library, pouring through tomes of ancient lore. Most who take this path dabble in all sorts of lore, picking up anything that might aid them in their search for perfection. So this is kind of like a mixture of a warrior and a caster. I don't like that. What about a monk? No, I don't think I want a monk. Kineticist? Fighter. No. Inquisitor? It's like a divine caster, sort of. I kind of like the idea of a druid. While some druids might keep to the fringe of battle, allowing companions and summoned creatures to fight while they confound foes with the powers of nature, others transform into deadly beasts and savagely wade into combat. Druids worship personifications of elemental forces, natural powers, or nature itself. Typically, this means devotion to a nature deity. Though druids are just as likely to revere vague spirits, animalistic demigods, or specific awe-inspiring natural wonders. You get cleric domains. Wall-shaped wolf. I think I will go with either a sorceress or a wizard, actually. Sorcerers excel at casting a selection of favorite spells frequently, making them powerful battle mages. Now, I think I want to go with a wizard. While universalist wizards might study to prepare themselves for any manner of danger, specialist wizards research schools of magic that make them exceptionally skilled within a specific focus. Yet, no matter their specialty, all wizards are masters of the impossible and can aid their allies in overcoming any danger. Maybe a sorcerer. Well, I'd rather be a I guess I could be a universalist. Okay, a wizard can choose to specialize in one school of magic, gaining additional spells and powers based on that school. This choice must be made at first level, and once made, it cannot be changed. A wizard that does not select a school receives the Universalist school instead, which I think that I would rather have. Each arcane school gives the wizard a number of school powers. In addition, specialist wizards receive an additional spell slot of each spell level he can cast from first on up. Each day, a wizard can prepare a spell from his specialty school in that slot. This spell must be in the wizard's spell book. A wizard can select a spell modified by a metamagic feat. Select a spell modified by a metamagic feat to prepare in his school slot, but it uses up a higher level spell slot. Wizards with the Universalist school do not receive a school slot. I'm playing this blind, so I don't want to go too crazy. Gaining additional spells and powers based on that school. I like the ideas of a necromancer, even though my guy's got kind of a colorful portrait. I do love that portrait, though, quite nicely. I can always change it later. Wizard can cast another number of cantrips or zero-level spells. These spells are cast like any other spell, but do not expended when cast and may be used again. Wizards are proficient with the club, dagger, heavy crossbow, light crossbow, and quarterstaff, but not with any type of armor or shield. Armor interferes with the wizard's movements, which can cause his spells with somatic components to fail. Detects magical auras of active spells or artifacts, only of those that were active recently. Can identify the school of magic to which the spell belongs, used in dialogues. Oh, interesting. At 1st, 5th, 10th, 15th, and 20th level, a wizard gains a bonus feat. At each such opportunity, he can choose a meta magic feat, spell focus feat, or any other spellcaster feat. The wizard must still meet all prerequisites for a bonus feat, including caster level minimums. Wizard must still meet prerequisites. Okay. Arcane Bond. At first level, wizards form a powerful bond with an object or creature. This bond can take This bond can take one of two forms: familiar or a bonded object. A familiar is a magical pet that enhances the wizard's skills and senses, while a bonded object is an item a wizard can use to cast additional spells. I think I'd like to have a pet. A familiar. If I go with the meta of this, I'll be focusing on evocation, maybe. Well, let me see what all these spells are. Okay, let's look at all the spells. We'll go from the highest to the lowest. I'm going in this blind, so damage spells are it's conjuration, enchantment, necromancy. It's only towards undead. Evocation, transmutation. I think evocation is going to be it, right? Just for damage. How do you see all the spells a wizard gets? Oh, okay. I guess we'll see in the future. I wish I could see the spells. I don't think abjuration is good. Conjuration is for summoning. I don't like that. Divination. So there's no opposition school to divination. At 8th level, you can utter a prediction of the immediate future. While your foretelling is in effect, you emit a 30-foot aura of fortune that aids your allies and hinders your enemies. is chosen by you at the time of prediction. If you choose to aid, and you and your allies gain a +2. Oh shit. How the fuck do I back? I don't want. What if I don't want this? I don't know about all that. What's your opposition school? Does it tell your opposition school? I'm confused. Evocation seems good. Power over Undead. Yeah, I'll go with a Universalist. What does that do? You cause your melee weapon to fly from your grasp, strike a foe for instantly returning to you. I think I'll focus on evocation though. I think that's normally what I would try to do. A wizard that chooses to specialize in one school of magic must select 2 other schools as his opposition to his. Damn. A wizard who prepares spells from his opposition school must use 2 spell spots at that level to prepare the spell. This is our first playthrough, so we'll just do a specialist. That's fine. Or we'll just do a universalist. That's fine. I mean, I really want evocation though. Screw it. We'll go with evocation. I don't care. I've got the power gamer in me wants evocation, so. Okay, so now we'll pick skills. Okay, what do I do now? What do I do now? Oh, I have to Arcane Bond. A bonded object can be used once per day to restore any one spell that the wizard prepared for the day. Cat Familiar. No. Centipede. chicken, dog, duck, hare, jerboa, lizard. Ooh, natural armor's nice. A bonded object can be used once per day to restore any one spell that the wizard had repaired for this day. Okay, well, I guess we'll just use that. Although I do like the fact of a lizard, natural armor and perception. We'll just go with an arcane bind, that's fine. So wisdom influences the spells, or intelligence, I'm sorry. So we're probably gonna max this out. Wisdom do. You apply your character's wisdom modifier to will saving throws for negating effects of charm, person, and other spells, perception, and lore checks. Bonus spells. Wizards and alchemists gain spells based on their intelligence scores. The minimum intelligence a wizard needs to cast a spell is 10 plus the spell's level. Okay, so a lot of this is just like D&D. I mean, I've never played Pathfinder before, but it seems like a lot of this matches up fairly closely to 3.5. So this is for hit points. So we would like to have a good bit in there. Melee attack rolls. So this is a dump stat for a wizard. Charisma. Use magic devices, influence others. I think I don't want him to be just terribly weak. I do want to kind of min-max though. That seems good. He's got a hardy constitution, really good intelligence, mediocre or average dex, wisdom, and charisma, and a low strength. That makes sense. Use magic device. I think I can. Favorite skills. Okay, so knowledge arcana, knowledge of the world, lore. Let's do knowledge arcana, knowledge of the world. Yeah, we'll just max out all of our check skills. And we can put one into. Can we save skills? You pick your racial bonus. Strength? Dexterity? Constitution? I'll go with intelligence. That seems good. Yeah, that seems really good. You have to put in skills, okay. use magic device. Seems okay. Persuasion, perception, dex. That's charisma, which my charisma's... I could put something that where I get plus to Constitution or something. Of course, my... yeah, use magic device, I guess. It's fine. And persuasion. I mean, I guess thematically perception would be good. This is good, though. I mean, I guess I'll do... I guess mobility is important, though. Now we'll keep perception, that's fine. That's in the wisdom column, that's fine. We're intelligent and wild. We're just going to RP this and then use magic device. Okay, that seems good. Okay, so we get 2 feats. What was my race? Human. I get an extra feat. So yeah, I'll stay human. I'll be human. What about elf? I'll just stay human. That's fine. I'm cool with that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. Okay, I get a bonus feat. Okay, spell focus is a good one. Choose School of Magic. Yeah, I think I'll focus on evocation. Yes. And then greater spell focus. Oh, fuck. So much to choose from over here. Can you choose anything from here? No. Let's try to spread it out. Okay, the bonus feat has to come, it looks like the bonus feat has to come from this. So we'll get the spell focus from this. And then one of these feats combat casting. Toughness. Toughness is a good extra feat. I'll stick with what I know. And toughness is one thing I do know. Sure. And then the fuck? I'm so fucking confused right now. Let's get out of here. Let's start over. Okay, toughness. Focus evocation. Can you not pick greater spell focus? Oh, you can pick it. Okay. Greater spell focus. Yeah. Opposition school transmutation would be one, and conjuration. I kind of want conjuration, but it can't be one that's limited though. Okay, I think that's good. So I'll take Burning Hands, Ear-Piercing Scream, Flare Burst, Magic Missile, Shocking Grasp. Because those are of my opposition school. True Strike is nice to get in something just for one round. Stunning Barrier. Vanish. That seems interesting. And True Strike seems interesting. I don't see myself using True Strike. I mean, that's a pretty good spell though. Sleep. I guess shield is fine. Gotta have protection from alignment, right? I think color spray is pretty cool. And the rest of these. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I'll take care of it.
Get it off me. I'll carve my name on forwards.
Together we stand. Strike as one.
I like that. Jaru. Choose alignment. I think chaotic neutral is appropriate. Birthday. Well, my actual birthday was on the 7th. August 7th. There it is, the 7th. Is there 12? Yep. That's my birthday in real life, is August the 7th. So I'll do that. Yeah, I love that portrait. Let me go back to the portraits again then and make sure. That portrait's just too good. It's just too good. Okay, let's get started with this. Let's get started with this. Sure, complete. You can use the number keys on your keyboard to select an answer in a dialogue. Now, boys.
Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
Where are they? This is taking forever! Didn't even say what this was for, just that the Aldori were looking for heroes. Who are the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
Jaru! I love that guy.
Keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever hole you crawled out of. The Aldori sword lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevoy. Take that tone with them, and they'll teach you some manners pretty quickly.
Let me see if I can bring up the voice volume. I'll leave it how it is. If I need to adjust, I will. Aldori Sword Lords. The Aldori Sword Lords arose when famed swordsman Baron Syrian Aldori agreed to train a select group of peoples in his dueling techniques. They ruled Rustling for generations, each as prickly and impulsive as the Order's founder. Though they are considered some of the finest swords fighters in the Inner Sea region, they are also obsessed with personal standing and honor. Brevoy is a relatively young nation, having only existed since 4499 AR. The history of Brevoy before this time is the history of two often warring nations, Izia and Rustling. The coming of Coral the Conqueror changed all this. After securing the defeat and surrender of the two nations, Coral christened his family House Ragarvia. Its rule ended with the mysterious disappearance of every member of House Ragarvia in 4699 AR, leaving Brevoy in a precarious political position.
All right, you purple toad, just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
Greetings, everyone. I am Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori, and this is Lord Mayor Yosef Selenius of Restall. Welcome to my mansion.
So she's a sword lord. Rostov is one of the two largest cities in the fertile region of Rustling in southern Brevoy. Lord Mayor Iosif Selenius leads the city, which is a trade and cultural center that borders the river kingdoms, the Shrike River, and the Stolen Lands. As the birthplace of the Aldori dueling style, the city boasts several Aldori and Taldan dueling schools, which has led to the city being favored which has led to this city being a favored place for young nobles to practice dueling championships. Most prominent among them is the Aldori Academy, widely regarded as the region's finest war college. So why are we here again?
From the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fierce. Exactly what Restov needs.
Okay, so Restov needs heroes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as the Stolen Lands. This is disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the Stolen Lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder.
So the nation of Brevoy So, Isia and Rustling are often warring nations. And Rustling, Rostov is in Rustling in southern Brevoy. Rostov is one of the two largest cities in the fertile region of Rustling. So it's in Rustling and in southern Brevoy. So Rustling is in South Brevoy. Brevoy is the nation. Rostov is one of the two largest cities in Rustling. Okay. So they do not like Isia, I guess. Stolen lands are almost wholly unsettled regions in the northeastern section of the river kingdoms, bordering the nation of Brevoy and serving as a buffer between Brevoy and the river kingdoms. Traditionally the haunt of bandits and monstrous humanoids, the stolen lands are regarded as stolen by all nations along their border, even though none have ever been able to keep these realms under their control for long. So it's like basically wilderness that everybody claims, right? And I'm playing this blind, by the way, again. This is Jamandi Aldori.
Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
There's a whole team of us who exactly will receive the Baron's title.
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team after
Yeah.
all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
Yeah.
If I may please answer the question. We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
Why not just recognize this Stag Lord as Baron?
That's a good point. As I see it, this Stag Lord already holds power over the region with confidence. Many noble bloodlines were started by bandits who just got lucky, weren't they?
I can already tell I really don't like her.
Perhaps because we do have standards to maintain. This room has seen many celebrations of adventurers, and even those who just got lucky. But giving a noble title to a bandit lord? That's one thing that's never happened here. And it won't, while I still breathe.
Well, that's not very nice. Let's read about sword lords again. Outdoor sword lords arose when the famed swordsman Baron Haldori agreed to train a select group of peoples in his dueling techniques. They ruled Rustling for generations. Okay. I'm just trying to take all this in. Okay. So is Baron Syrian Aldori still alive? It must be. I don't know. You're helping us found a barony. What do you gain from such generosity? That's what I was wondering.
Don't ask stupid questions. Why should you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around, or whatever it is you do.
I'm a mage, dude. Maybe I should have did a fighter.
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded. Let's just say that we have a strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
I don't really trust her that much.
What is that smell in the air? Is it the smell of unspoken words and political intrigue?
What rewards can we expect exactly?
And what reward would you see beyond a noble title and your own lands?
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
Words, words, words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
Dang.
Of
Settle down.
course, there will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Restov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, that was kind of corny. It's clear as day.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Rustling, and doubt not for a second that you'll be victorious. So venture forth toward your feet. Go, and return in triumph.
Hi, my name's Lindsay. I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this stag lord a lesson?
We sure will. Just wait. We've plenty of great feats in store.
I have no doubt. Kind of related, I wanted to ask you something. How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is Barons wear. Doesn't matter. I don't like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs. This is the person I'll write my book about.
Dang. Settle down, mistress. Good lord. You're about 1/3 my height. Wait, a book?
Damn, I should have led with that. Please, just let me explain. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly?
You are exactly correct.
And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, God forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
Sure. Not a bad plan. It's settled in. I'll accomplish the feats and you'll write them down.
Deal. All right. I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
I definitely want her on my team. Oh, what was that? Journal. Click on locations you want to walk to and your character will start moving towards it. The location will be marked with a special symbol. If the location is inaccessible, the symbol will instead appear in the nearest accessible location. My quill takes its first sip from the ink pot and scripts, or rather scribbles, the first lines of the book about travels, adventures, and victories that lie ahead. The book that will extol both its hero and me, its author, Lindsay, the note to self, when I come up with a fancy nickname, add it here. I'm writing this in the banquet hall where Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori has just finished telling us about the mission that lies before us. Tomorrow at dawn, our team will set off to the Stolen Lands in order to accomplish glorious feats. This is where my book begins, and the gods themselves can't say what will happen next. Leave the hall. We have a long road ahead of us, but we all need to get good night's sleep. Fortunately, Lady Jamani has graciously given us each a bedroom in her mansion. I have to admit, I am so excited that I won't be able to even close my eyes. Fortunately, I had a chance to talk with the future hero of my book. I think Jaru is just the person I was looking for. Okay, so these are the cantrips. Shall we keep the cantrips together? Flare, Disrupt Undead, Light, Touch of Fatigue, Resistance, Daze, Jolt, and Ray of Frost. And then we'll put this there. Okay. So these are our cantrips. Cool, cool, cool. One D3 points of electricity damage. Daze. Spell clouds the mind of a humanoid creature with a 4 or fewer hit dice so that it takes no actions. Humanoids of 5 or more hit dice are not effective, so these are for smaller creatures. Resistance. You imbue the subject with magical energy that protects it from harm, granting it a +1 resistance bonus on saves. Okay, so that's useful. I'll put that here then. That's gonna. Well, I'll put the buff spells over here. Disrupt Undead. 1d6 to Undead. This just gives you light. This is for 1 minute. Touch of Fatigue. Immediately fatigued. Flare. Dazzle for 1 minute unless it makes a successful fortitude save. So these are disruption. I'll put this here. And then this is a daze. These are damaging spells. These are ailment spells. And then so this is Q. No, these are buffs, so I'll put this as A. Okay. So I should have talked to all of them, I don't know. I thought I was going to get to talk to everyone, though. I'll just leave everything default. Well, I guess I'll leave everything default. Maybe I should have talked to everyone else. Oh, well, okay. I liked the bard too much to not take the bard. Ideally, I'd have someone with melee skills, though. Lindsay bursts into your room. She looks scared. Her face is smeared with soot, and she holds a weapon in her hands. What's going on?
The mansion's under attack. We need to help. Some villains broke in and started killing everyone. I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers, or we'll all be cut down one by one.
Oh. Welcome to the stream. As if to lend credence to Lindsay's words, a scream echoes from the hallway. Combat happens in real time, but you can pause the game at any time to assess the situation and give orders to your companions. To pause or unpause the game, press space. Okay. I'm used to that from Baldur's Gate. Click on an opponent in order to attack them. To switch between turn-based and real-time modes, use the game settings. I'll keep it real-time. Dice rolls. Most of the game's mechanics are based on the Pathfinder role-playing game system and use dice rolls to determine the results of actions. The most common die has 20 sides and is used for both checks and attacks. Initiative. When a battle starts, each combatant makes an initiative check. The higher their initiative, the earlier the character can act. Initiative scores can be viewed in the combat log. Combat is divided into rounds, with each round lasting 6 seconds. Okay. Attack roll. An attack is a character's attempt to strike an opponent. The result of an attack roll depends on many factors: wielded weapons, the combatant's abilities, etc. An attack succeeds if the result of an attack roll equals or exceeds the target's armor class. That's just for a melee attack. Damage. The amount of damage dealt in the case of a successful attack depends on the weapon's stats and other factors such as buff spells. Attack roll results and damage numbers can be found in the combat log. Okay. Armor class. The higher a character's armor class, the more difficult it is to successfully attack them. It combines many factors such as equipment stats, dexterity bonus, passive abilities, etc., etc. That's why I wanted my dexterity to not have any negative scores.
Stand with me.
Is it on auto pause? So let's buff, I guess. And then I'll do a magic missile. I could just do a force missile. Let's see what this does. Well, I don't know if I have time to buff or not. I think I'll just use the force missile. What's the hit die of this guy?
We shall overcome.
Maybe I can try daze. So he saved. Guess we'll just do straight damage to him. You can interact with various objects such as the bodies of dead opponents by clicking on them. Interactive objects are highlighted with a blue outline when you hover the mouse over them or when you hold tab. Change shirt. Dagger. I can't use it. I can't use a dagger. But I'd rather have the... Is it on auto pause? What's in here? Lindsay's journal contains her current quests and tasks.
We will prevail.
So I can't control her. I can do a force missile though. We'll focus him down, I guess. Let's try a color spell.
Attack!
So he's blinded? Two hit die or less. The creature is blinded, stunned, and knocked prone for 2d4 rounds, and then blinded and stunned for 1d4 round, and then stunned for 1 round. I'll try magic missile.
You're just in time. A bit longer and I'd have been... Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been? But it's all right now. I'm safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory.
Okay, so I do get to get him.
Lady Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before. We need to make way to her. And along the way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the stolen. Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll protect you. You'll need it while you work to defend me.
So what does this guy have?
Just letting the ink dry.
+1 to armor class. Okay, I like that.
I don't tolerate fools.
Our time has come.
How do you set something to automatic casting? This speller ability can be used in automatic mode. To activate it, right-click its icon on the active panel.
What troubles you?
This one cannot be.
Together we stand.
Yeah, I'll put force missile.
I will not falter.
Nah, I won't do that. There are several companions in your party now. To select a single character, click on their portrait or press the corresponding Alt +1 to Alt +6. And I'll just click the portrait. Select multiple characters at once, give them the same order. Draw a frame around them while holding down left mouse button. To select all characters, press backspace.
I will see this through.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Lindsay and Tartusio are capable of casting spells. To use a spell, click on its icon in the action panel or spells menu and then on the target. For clerics, druids, magi, paladins, rangers, and wizards, spells are prepared in advance and expended when cast. Character must then rest before casting again. Bards, inquisitors, and sorcerers use their spells several times per day, but their spell repertoire is limited. Spells have various characteristics such as range, duration, skill. To review all spells available to a character, open their spellbook by pressing B. When a character requires a new spell or ability, it automatically appears in the first free slot on their action panel. Or spontaneous casters, for spontaneous casters, it happens as soon as they get it. For casters who have to prepare their spells, it happens when they prepare it for the first time. If you remove a spell from the action panel, it won't appear there automatically again. Some actions performed close to an armed opponent can provoke an additional attack of opportunity upon your character without waiting for your opponent's turn. Such actions include, among other things, casting spells, attempts to move away from the opponent except for 5-foot step in turn-based mode, which we're not in, standing up from prone, and shooting ranged weapons.
you right.
Now, does he automatically cast that? Yeah, he's got it set to auto. We'll just leave her on that.
Forgive me for this failure.
Damn. Each character has a certain number of hit points. When a character's HP value drops to 0, they lose consciousness. After combat is over, the character will get up and can be controlled again. The character's HP value can drop in negative numbers. A character can survive some negative hit points, but if their amount becomes equal to their constitution score, the character dies. To resurrect them, you need a special spell. To restore lost hit points, you can use healing spells, potions, or rest. To use expendable items, such as scrolls, potions, and rods, open a character's inventory and place them in the quick slots on their belt. Return to the main screen and click the belt button on their action panel to access these items. You cannot use an expendable item in the inventory screen. So I can't rest.
I stand ready.
Can't rest here.
Forwards.
Where can I rest?
I wrote it like I saw it.
Let us not hesitate.
Time's wasting.
Okay, so I got some potions.
I always did what was right, therefore I became righteous. Does it mean whatever I do now becomes right because I am righteous? Together we stand.
Hide armor and a heavy mace.
Without a doubt.
Our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me!
Yes. Okay.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down. Blood for Gorum!
Gorum, also known as our Lord in Iron, is a god of battle above all other pursuits. It is said that he would rest away into nothingness if there is ever a time no more conflicts to be fought. His faithful believe he is present in every iron weapon of war that is forged. Interesting.
Barbarians.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
What? Stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
Calistria, also known as the Sabered Sting, and the Unquenchable Fire, is the goddess of lust and revenge who takes on many faces and guises. She is held in especially high regard by elves who often identify with her mercurial moods and changeable nature. A fondness for wasps has earned this vengeful deity the title of a Sabered Sting. Such creatures live on after harming their enemies, a trait Calistria's followers hope to emulate when pursuing their goals. Yeah, so like an ice giant or something. Frost giant deals 38 damage to guard. Woof.
Enlighten me.
This guy has a lot of stealth. Biography. This guy's chaotic evil. Chaotic good.
And Lindsay was called forth.
We've got too much in stash. I need to sell some of this stuff. Passage is blocked. You can't make it through this way. Okay. So can she stealth?
Possible.
Sometimes interacting with an object requires a skill check. A successful check may be needed for a variety of tasks, including unlocking a door, opening a chest, disabling a trap, etc. Okay.
Applause, please. Lindsay the Magnificent? Lindsay the Illustrious? Something more simple,
Our time
like
has come.
Lindsay the Great? Maybe Lindsay
I
the
always have a
Indecisive.
second plan.
See.
They dare to attack me?
You deserved it.
Break the door to the armory to find some weapons.
Anything else?
Kind of encumbered now. There's a key.
What have we here? This chest is full of gold. I guess it's for the guards' salaries, all things considered. Well, those freeloaders don't seem to have been working too hard for it. Maybe we should pocket it instead.
What? No, we're heroes, not thieves.
I'm
We
chaotic
said we
neutral.
were stealing it. We'll just take the gold for safety so the assassins don't get it. And then we can heroically return it to Jamandi when this is all over.
No distractions.
Finally, a voice of
Do what you want. I don't care. It was just a suggestion. But there's a lot of money in that chest, and with all these bandits running around, it wouldn't be any better if they stole it.
Screw it, I'm taking it. Each character can carry a limited amount of weight based on their strength score. Okay, so I need to move some over. Each character carries the weight of their personal equipment as well as part of this party shared stash. There are 3 stationed current.
I will not falter.
Hold on.
Oh, familiar faces. I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jathan. I don't recommend advancing down the hallway, assuming you value your life, of course. There were a few people with me, and you can see what happened to them.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
What do you mean, undead? Really? Like zombies or skeletons?
Vampire.
As I said, further explanations will wait until later.
He's a vampire.
All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
You will encounter many traps on your adventures. When any of your characters approaches a trap, they will automatically make a perception skill check. On success, you will see the trap's location and the game will automatically pause. Traps vary in effect as well as difficulty to detect. Having identified a trap, you can click on it to order one of the characters to make a trickery skill check to disable it. On success, the trap will be disabled. On failure, it will remain in place. However, the result of a skill roll is less, and the trap is difficult by 5 or more, the trap will go off as the character had triggered. All checks results can be found in the combat log. So Lindsay has a lot of trickery. She's a bard. Draconic bloodline. So he's focusing on. What class is he? Oh yeah, he's a sorcerer. Inquisitor.
Share your will.
Inflict light wounds. So she has no healing. I don't think. Yep. Cantrips. She has the same cantrips as I do.
Let us not hesitate.
I'll just set his Ray of Frost to automatic.
My patience is running deep.
Just letting the
Because you can cast it over and over.
Ready.
I'll set that to automatic.
Ask.
I see something. Adventures call to them. It's just not my lucky day. Applause, please.
Not encumbered anymore because we have another party member, so.
Without it,
How curious.
And Lindsay was called forth. Applause, please.
Difficulty 10, check roll results. 5 plus modifiers. Okay.
Would you look at that? What troubles you? Anything else?
Whew. Just rolled a 20. Can I learn scrolls? You found a scroll, a single-use item that allows you to use the spell that's written upon it. For a character to use it, the character must have the use magic device or be of the class which could eventually learn to cast a spell. For convenience, it's best to place things like scrolls in the character's quick slots. She can use scrolls. One at a time. I think everyone will have healing. He's got to use magic device, doesn't he? Scroll of Bliss. Yeah, his use magic device is really high.
Defeat is not an option.
Any last wishes?
Maybe I'll just use Ray of Frost.
Unworthy.
Leave this one to me.
You never had a chance.
It's down here. Let's go back in here. secret room. Find and open a cache in Sword Jamani's Outdoors Mansion. This is the room.
Forwards. We march ahead.
What does this do?
Without a doubt.
Anything is possible.
You have my attention.
I will see this through.
Request.
I deserve better.
Together we stand.
I don't tolerate fools.
The undead is such a frivolous term.
Time's
I
wasting.
prefer immortal,
Just letting the ink dry.
eternal, everlasting. State your desire.
Enlighten me.
Adventures call to them.
I always have a second plan. My patience is running thin.
Ask.
Our time has come.
I deserve better.
Let us not hesitate.
I wrote it like I saw it. What troubles you?
I will not falter.
Anything is possible. And so they walked on.
Okay, let's think about this. This one switches those three. This one switches those three.
Just letting the ink dry.
This one switches. Oh, no. This one switches those two.
Speak.
I will see this through.
Adventures call to them.
Damn, come on.
I stand ready.
I don't tolerate fools.
Request.
And Lindsay was called forth.
Do this, do that. It'll be safer end.
Oh, I'm confused. Ugh. I'll be right back. How do you see? How to use the restroom? Guess I'll use pen and paper to figure this out. So, starting with these statues, this statue moves these three. This statue moves all three of these. And this statue moves those three. So up. So we want this to be up. So this one, so now those three are up.
Share
What
your
does this one
Time's
do?
wasting.
Just those two. Does this one move?
What troubles you?
Enlighten me.
These three are up. Those are up. Now what does this one
Patience
do?
is a running thing.
So what moves this one? Those two are moved interchangeably. So I can put those.
Anything is possible.
You have my attention.
Just letting the ink dry.
I always have a second plan.
Our time has come.
I deserve better.
Ask.
Adventures call to them.
I just need to move this one.
Speak. Request.
I wrote it like I saw it.
Let us not hesitate.
Time's wasting.
State your desire.
Those are in unison.
Enlighten me.
You have my attention.
Together
This is
we
confusing.
stand.
What troubles you?
patience is a running thing.
Share your will.
Anything is possible.
I don't tolerate fools.
These move these three. So these three need to be the same.
Speak.
What's going to move that up?
And Lindsay was called forth.
Okay.
I always have a second plan.
Now those three are in unison. I gotta get these three in unison.
Just letting the ink dry. Adventures call to them.
What can change these independently of this? That does.
Right.
State your desire.
Deserve better. In the light.
What affects this one? That
Time
does.
is wasting.
That affects those two.
Ready.
And
What
these
troubles
two.
you? Anything is possible.
Request.
What affects these two?
I wrote it like I saw it.
Those are in unison now.
My patience is a running thing. I always have a second plan.
Those are in unison. Those are in unison.
Our time has come.
I think I got it.
And Lindsay was called forth.
I don't tolerate fools.
What affects
You
those
have
two?
my attention.
Okay.
Just letting the ink dry.
Damn.
Ask.
This controls those three.
Deserve better.
What controls that one independent? This controls those three.
Time's wasting.
This controls that one.
My patience is a running
This
thing.
controls. This one's controlled by.
Adventures call to them.
State your desire.
Enlighten me.
Damn.
What troubles you? Anything is possible.
Okay, okay. I'm so fucking confused right now. Okay.
And Lindsay
This one
was called forth.
controls these three. Okay, so these three are in unison. These three are in unison. As long as this is the one pressed. If this one's pressed, then those three are in unison. Okay, this one's pressed. This one's pressed, then those three are in unison. And this one. If this one's pressed, this one's pressed. Then literally those two are in unison. If this one's pressed, then those two are in unison. And if this one's pressed, these three are in unison. So if this one's pressed, which one's overlapped? This one controls these, right? So now these three are in unison. So this will change all of them.
Something more simple, like.
And if I press that again,
Maybe Lindsay the Indecisive.
what controls this but doesn't control those two? What controls this? This controls this. Now what controls those two? This one controls those two. Is there something that controls those two? This one controls those two. This one controls those two. No. This one controls those three. This one controls those three. And this one controls. And then this one controls those two. Damn, I'm so fucking confused right now.
I wrote it like I saw it.
Ah, I'm confused. Okay, fuck. Okay, the only one that controls this one is this one. That's the only one that controls this one. So we put that one down, then we want the rest of them down. Then we'll hit this one.
I'm trusting you here.
Wait, I fucked that up. Hold on. I wrote the map down wrong. Okay, this one controls those three.
This works for me.
And then this one.
Let us not
This one controls those three. And then this one controls... What controls these two? This one.
Adventures call to them.
Okay, phew. Alright. Dang, dude. Old map of Aveston.
stand with me.
An ooze.
Strike as one.
This can't be over.
Protect me, please.
You have my attention.
Anything is possible.
Okay, so
Share your will.
Potion of
This
Cure
body
Light.
holds no more. Speak.
And Lindsay was
State
called
your
for.
desire.
We'll save.
Assist me or lose me.
Oh. Let me load. Inflict wounds heals her. I guess. Yeah.
Share your will. Tashani Saditu.
Alright.
Tashani Saditu.
What troubles you?
Let us not hesitate.
I deserve better.
Adventures call to them.
Okay.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Iron Frost. Yeah, I can see he ran out of spells.
overcome.
Everything is so much fun with a little fire. What a night, huh? I thought I was all alone. It's good you're here. A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
Knowledge world check passed. You sound like a Kelishite, am I right?
Of course. I'm from Kadira. But tales of hot deserts and shady oases can wait until the fighting's finished. But if you'd like to share a dinner and pleasant conversation, just say the word. I like making new friends.
Kadira, the westernmost satrapy of the Padishah Empire of Kilish. Kadira is a kingdom with the power of the sprawling empire at its back. Kadira is Kilish's doorway to the inner sea region, and is perhaps the single most valuable piece of real estate on Galarian.
I am Kayesi, one of the many here who seek a better fate, answering the call of Lady Jamandi. But unlike the others, I never dropped my guard, day or night. It's why I'm still alive.
There are assassins on the prowl. We have to go.
I don't know where you're headed, but I'll be at the entrance to the main hall. I think I saw some guards there. Join me there, if you wish.
Help the wounded dwarf.
Grotus, I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer. Soon we shall meet, O Lord of Oblivion.
Sometimes skills are checked over the course of dialogue. For example, when trying to convince a character of something, the check result will determine the way the dialogue develops. The character in the party with the highest bonus in their desired skill is usually used to determine a check. So of all the characters in the party. So he's got the most intimidate and diplomacy. Aren't you being a bit premature? Look at yourself, you've barely got a scratch. It was Grotius. Or Grotus. Grotus is the god of the end times, a sentient and cruel moonlet that looks down upon the boneyard and waits for the last living soul to die. When Pharasma judges the last soul after the last living body dies on the material plane, Grotus will descend to the boneyard and move on to the material plane to clean up and pack the dust away for another reality. No one really knows what Grotus is going to do once the last soul is judged, but it is generally accepted that it will not be pleasant. Aren't you being a bit premature? Look at yourself, you've barely got a scratch.
That's impossible. Oh, it seems you might be right. It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god, not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Aaron is at your service.
Clerics and druids convert their spells spontaneously. A cleric of good alignment doesn't need to prepare healing spells. They spend almost any prepared skill spell to cast cure spell at the same level. In the same way, a cleric of evil alignment doesn't need to prepare inflict spells. Okay. So is he a druid?
I'm still here. Grotus awaits us.
He's a cleric. Cure light wounds. Okay. I'll just say we can cure light wounds. So he's a cleric. These wizards need to be in the backdrop. He's got more hit points than her. And I've got more hit points than her. But I am a mage, so... Group formation is half of any victory. The formation system will help you hold the line in combat. Click this button to select one of the standard formations, or you can also create your own. I think that's the best one. There's a guard.
Forwards. You, run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere.
Geston Gares.
Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
Who are you?
Keston, House Gares, a fighter in the service of Sword Lord Jamandi Aldoran. Right now, I'm in charge of the mansion guards. As you can see, there's a lot to do.
House Gares is based in the western part of Bravoy, in the foothills of the Goliskin Mountains. It is led by Lord Howland Gares, who is a widower. His adoptive heir is Toval Gulka, a dwarf and son of the clan chief of the Gulka Dwarves Holding. House Gares had a good relationship with the Gulka Dwarves until the dwarves vanished. Members of the house worked the metal that the dwarves mined.
If I were a rich and influential lady like Jamandi, I'd also get myself a manly captain of the guard. Or two.
She's a tiefling, right? What's going on here?
Someone opened the gate, let in a group of assassins in the middle of the night. Now they've set the mansion on fire to cut off access to the hall. They don't want Lady Jamande to get reinforcements. We cleared the passage so you can get through. Just try to avoid inhaling the smoke. We'll be right behind you. We just need to put out the fire first to save the mansion.
Considering Lady Jamandi's fate, I'm not surprised that a whole pack of assassins were unleashed on her, including a giant. But what's at stake? What could anyone hope to gain?
The tiefling squints, obviously curious and thinking quickly. Do you need help putting out that fire?
No, we'll manage. I've got my best people here, those who still live. Your place is by Lady Aldori's side.
It doesn't seem right. What if some of the guards are wounded? We need to help them.
Where's the hall?
You'll have to run through the fire. We've almost put it out at the entrance, so your main concern should be to not inhale any smoke. Hold your breath and take the first right, then head straight down the hallway.
Go immediately.
Fire doesn't frighten me, thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
May Abadar keep you safe.
Abadar, the god of cities, law, merchants, and wealth, also called the god of walls and ditches. In the Eastern Dragon Empires, is known to be a patient deity. Maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions, he sets forth to expand civilization and order among the peoples of Galarian. Is there a way to quick save? F5, okay. I get to rest? Can I rest here? Some game events play out as illustrated book series. The decisions you make during these episodes can have drastic impact on the development of the game's plot. As with dialogues, you will often need to make various skill checks during these episodes, depending on the circumstances. Sometimes you will need to choose one of your party members to perform an action, and sometimes an action will automatically be performed by the character with the highest skill bonus. As our adventure started earlier and much more tragic than we'd expected, the whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls led by Jaru, and not at all by that scoundrel Tartusio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself. Jamandi Aldori was waiting for us, but to get to her we'd have to march through the fire literally. As we approached the burning building, we dressed ourselves with buckets of water, tried to find a less dangerous passage, covered our noses and mouths before we rushed inside. It was a good thing we hadn't wasted any time after entering the building and taking just a few steps forward. The wall behind us slanted and crashed down with a terrible crackling sound, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we'd come in a little later, the flaming logs and red-hot bricks would have fallen on our heads. Regardless, we were left with only one way to go. The hot air burned our lungs and our eyes watered from the smoke, but Jaru led us stubbornly through the flames while Tartusio did nothing useful at all. We'd made it to the hallway leading... I think she might be writing this. We'd made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we'd heard someone calling for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards I chatted with a bit in the banquet hall. Even then, in that calm setting, I'd been stunned by her beauty. But now, amid the smoke and flames, she looked like a celestial avenger, an armored deity, menacing but beautiful and merciful. Sitting from the higher spheres to help us poor mortals, she held a burned, barely living guard in her arms. There are two more, she shouted as she passed by us. They're wounded, help me pull them out. Tartusio grumbled something about how Jamandi was waiting for us. Meanwhile, Jaru rushed to save the guards from the fire. Damn. Saving the poor fellows was harder than it seemed. We inhaled a lot of smoke and burned ourselves more than once before we managed to pull them away from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her face. Thank you. That was truly noble of you, she said. And now let us rush to Lady Aldori's aid. Considering the guards we'd rescued were relatively safe, we made our way to the hall where the battle was already in full swing. So she's a fighter. Banded male. Shield does he have? Oh, tire shield. Chainmail. Hot armor. Can he wear anything? put heavy armor on him. His shield is a heavy shield. So what skills does she have? Coup de grace.
State your design.
Bleeding touch. Damage all undead creatures.
Anything is possible.
Here.
Uncollected loot.
To victory!
Attack!
Let us strike as one!
Repent! Your life ebbs low.
Unworthy.
You
not hold back.
This can't be over. Speak.
Thank you for your valor and bravery. The enemy was strong, but you were stronger. And that means I made the right choice. Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows of our plans and is acting against us. You'll begin your expedition immediately.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Iroveti's seal? That's why he wasn't killed. The bandits recognized him as one of their own by this signet ring.
I have no connections to Pitax, but Tartusio's name accented close and like he came straight from there. Which of us looks more like they might be?
Probably, yes. But this evidence is circumstantial at best. There's definitely a spy among us. But who? All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
How could you say that? We fought together. We literally went through fire together. And then you vanished into thin air. After you promised you'd wait.
My words might be rash.
I bet my life despise anyone but this man. I saw how he dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with him through hell and high water. This purple crook on the other hand. He's got the eyes of a spy, and the mug of a spy!
Lady Aldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. During the attack, our leader showed his true colors. He forced us to break into the armory and rob it. And not just that. Upon finding the guards' salaries in the armory, he immediately pocketed it all.
Suppose your character has to make difficult decisions relying on their conscience or lack thereof. Such decisions impact your character's alignment, gradually shifting your character towards good or evil, lawful or chaotic. Some dialogues feature special options that are available only to characters with certain alignments, so that's cool. We weren't trying to take the money, we just wanted to keep it away from the bandits. So if we did, the guards weren't able to handle the responsibility. We decided we should teach them a lesson. Well, I am chaotic neutral, so I'll go with this.
I'll be the judge of how my guards have handled their responsibilities. Please return the money now.
Of course theft is not to be condoned. But when the fire burns around you, and you are but one step away from death, would it not be insane to worry about laws and rules? I see this not as a crime, but as a unique wisdom visiting us as we stood at the face of oblivion.
Rightfully said.
There is a difference between initiative taken in battle and blatant arrogation. How can someone who disregards authorities be a leader himself?
What about that trick he pulled right before we came in here? He knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, he dallied as long as he could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. He was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead.
People were dying right in front of me. How could I just walk by?
Trying to save others is commendable, but Tartuccio's right. You were needed here more.
What?
May Shellen spare me from ever having to make such a choice, but he behaved decently as a true leader.
A true leader is someone who has their priorities straight, not someone who would put a valuable ally's life in danger for the sake of some servant.
Enough squabbling. I'm still not sure which of you I can trust. However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the stolen lands.
Lady Aldori, most of those who are to set off for the stolen lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Which of the 2 teams would you prefer to accompany?
If Tartuccio allows, I would join his team. Forgive me, but I don't appreciate your willfulness.
And I like our leader. What wisdom lies in minding orders?
Harem, hell yeah!
Face of oblivion, knowing not whether you'll be alive tomorrow. I will go with his team.
Hell yeah.
Our leader is good in battle, but I don't like all the spiritual agonizing. I prefer those who can act without wasting time helping every little pipsqueak. Those like Tartuccio.
Tartuccio is a pipsqueak.
Ugh, Tartuccio's going to take the credit for himself and be done with it. Shellen, spare me from such allies. I'm going with you. You're a hero worthy of my quill.
Shellen, also known as Eternal Rose, the Eternal Maiden, and the Incorruptible, is the goddess of art, beauty, love, and music, and the half-sister of Zon Kuthan. Shellen focuses just as much attention on internal beauty as external. As aspects of her role as goddess of beauty, Shellen also promotes the creation of art and the composing and performance of music. Clerics of Shellen frequently are artists themselves. As the goddess of love, Shellen encourages the proliferation of that feeling in all its forms. She is not the goddess of sexuality, lust, or fertility, and makes a very clear distinction between love and sexuality. Although she does not in any way discourage erotic love, the few paladins who worship her practice courtly love.
As for me, I know neither of these 2. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jamandi allows, I'll remain in Restov and help mend the wounds this attack has inflicted. But who knows? The road may bring me to the stolen lands, but not yet.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this man. As for you, Purple Toad, just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spine guts from the trees.
All right, we have 2 teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the stolen lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navacta's Crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Levitin's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies.
Nivatka's Crossing is a village at the very southern edge of Rustling, protected by the wooden palisade wall surrounding it. The South Rustling Road runs through the village, as does the road leading to the newly established settlement at Varnhold. This place is home to trappers, anglers, hunters, and tradesmen. The locals are a serious bunch and very suspicious of strangers, especially those from the Stolen Lands. This abandoned border fort at the south edge of Rustling found a new life recently. Oleg and Svetlana Levitin, a couple from Rostov, rebuilt it into a trading post. This place is now one of the few hospitable shelters for travelers in the surrounding wilderness. Okay.
Tartuccio, your words are quite convincing. But I can't afford to trust words alone. If you're really innocent, I hope you'll prove it with your deeds. While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Rostov is working for Patax. But you should know that it isn't just Patax we need to worry about. The Royal House of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless.
Pitax. Long a haven for thieves and smugglers, Pitax is a hub for trade in the river kingdoms. It aspires to be a center of culture and higher learning as well, but cannot escape its more unsavory origins. Royal House of Sertova. House Sertova, the current ruling family of Brevoy, is also the oldest Brevik noble family and the most influential. Their original holdings are the environs of Port Ice in North Isia on the shores of the Lake of Mists and Veils. The Sertovas are known as careful and cunning diplomats. Before Coral the Conqueror invaded, the Sertovas were known as pirates and raiders, and the family still has many connections with the pirates and brigands of the region, many of whom are distant relations of the Sertova clan. Their family motto is, "Ours is right."
And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Rostov. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
Surviving a terrible night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, Stolen Lands. Heroes are on the way.
This is the map of the Stolen Lands and their vicinity. To set out, click on one of the arrows near your party token. You can learn the whereabouts of significant locations by talking to characters or happenings upon them during your journey. After learning about a location, you must find the way there yourself. Along the way, random encounters await. You may be attacked by monsters or you may meet new acquaintances. After exiting the location of a random encounter, you will not be able to return there. We're setting off on our first big adventure. Jamandi Aldori, Aristovic Sword Lord, is testing the contenders, weighing who shall be the ruler of the stolen lands. There's only one way to prove that you're worthy of the title. Rid the area of ravaging bandits and their leader, the bloody cutthroat known only as the Stag Lord. Tremble, ye scoundrels, we're coming. We can find shelter and get fresh information about bandits at the trading post of a certain Oleg Leviton. Let's get there. Jamandi Aldori said we will have no more than 3 months to conquer the stolen lands. That sounds like more than enough, but we should still be mindful of the passing time. Our daring Jaru and the insidious sorcerer Tartusio received a special task from Jamandi Aldori, a chance to claim their own barony. But only one of them may prevail. We must seek Tartusio out in the stolen lands and find out what our rival is busy with. So we must defeat him, one way or another. So we're going to hide completed quests. Let's check out her. Hide armor. Ginormous sword. Oh, hell. It's a tower shield. Her health is 19. So, athletics, mobility, and then minus good perception, good lore. Barbarian Rage. Canny Dodge. This is a lot to take in. I guess we can just start going forward, right? She's chaotic neutral, which is, I think, is my alignment, yes. I'm shifting towards chaotic good, though. Servant of the Dark God. What's his alignment? He's chaotic neutral as well. Okay. She doesn't have any spells. He does. She just has... Ooh, she has Cure Light Wounds? I didn't know that. She has a lot of stealth and knowledge. I have the most knowledge though. She has the most stealth. He has the most lore. And she has the highest athletics and mobility. -3 from hot armor. Alright, upwards and onwards.
Who will prevail? Does it matter?
Here's a show.
Tear them apart.
Go in there.
We can't.
He'll go in there. She'll go in there.
Go down.
She'll focus on him. And he'll focus on her.
Any last wishes?
Breathe tension.
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
So everyone is gathered around the bonfire. Press the manage button to see a special camp interface used to set the resting time and distribute the following responsibilities among your party members. Hunting success will require additional rations. Camp camouflage lowers the chance of an enemy attack on the camp the same way Night Watch does. Cooking, preparing a successful dish will grant positive effects lasting 16 hours to the specific character or entire party, depending on the recipe. Every party member has their own special ability. You can assign more than one job to a party member, but be careful, that will prevent them from having a proper rest. While resting, your camp might be attacked by enemies. After dealing with them, click on the fire again to continue resting. It is usually better to avoid camping in dungeons. In dungeons, you won't be able to hunt, cook, or use certain unique abilities. Moreover, there is a higher chance of an enemy attacks in such places.
hoisting shining steel above their heads.
What's up, boss?
And they walked, and they walked.
Oh, I don't know if you can punch innocent ones or not.
Get anywhere already, huh?
That does sound kind of fun, though. You done alright? Hunter's Forge food equal to 4 rations. The main hunter makes a roll against the area DC to determine the outcome. Each additional character helps the main hunter by increasing the roll value. Your chance of being attacked have been lowered. Main cook spoiled hearty meal. Hell yeah, did I hear you?
Without a doubt.
Let's go back to the map, boys. Well, if it makes you feel better, my character has a really nifty portrait. I mean, check out that man. He's very freaking studious, dude. Look how big his damn muscles are. See how big those muscles are, dude? That book is tiny. How does this man have muscles like that, but he's got 8 strength? I don't know. So the party is Amiri, Barbarian, Haram. By the way, they're both chaotic neutral. He's the cleric. Bard, chaotic good. And Jaru, myself, chaotic neutral wizard. Alright, where the hell are we? Inventory's weight is too great.
Done with waiting.
What the hell? I guess we could drop some stuff. 20 pounds. £10. Yeah, we'll drop some of this padded armor. Damn. Holy moly! That is pretty damn hilarious. Oh, Lord. That is a big sword, dude. That is a huge sword. Holy hell. Is there any way to scroll down the map? Okay. So we've got to go to... are we going to? Where were we going? I don't remember. No, that sounds pretty nice. That does sound nice. Let's see. Damn, where am I going, dude? Forgot where I had to go. There's a Patax River. South Rustling Road. Damn. Trading post of a certain Oleg Levitin. I guess I should have went down there. Yeah, I should have went down there, dude. I guess I can't go down there. I don't know.
A rest would be welcome.
There's Oleg's trading post, boys. Cooking a hearty meal.
Do you see the shadow of inevitable death behind my shoulder?
No, I saw a spot of soot from the fire on your cheek. Looks like a unicorn. Heron, do you ever wash your face?
Oleg, what a man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed. Probably within the next hour. I need to sell some stuff. I have to work tonight, so. In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority in the stolen lands, we demand this week's tax and some beer. Usually like 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Well, usually, I mean always. It's always 8 to 8. And it's like 9 a.m. And where's that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? She should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money and we'll be on our way. Some dialogues feature special options that are available only to characters with certain alignments. Neutral good, nah. Lawful neutral attack. My task is to clear this land of bandits. I'll start right now. You want to drink some of my blood too? I'm sick of you. You're like locusts. You think you control everything around here just because you put up that painted rag of yours. You come here, squeeze us dry, and Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking when he notices you. Ah, you must be the guests from Restov. I guess I'll kill him. I'm a third shift manager at Walmart, a salaried manager. We have 2 managers, and I'm one of the 2. We work on rotations. And a lot of people that come in my chat are from Walmart. Retreat, we're too few for a fight. Let's call help from the camp. That's not too bad, dude. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, on third shift, though, at our store, we don't have customers in there after 11. So I'm only there with customers for 3 hours when I get there. And then we open the store at 6, so then I'm only there another 2 hours with them in the mornings. It's a smaller store too, so it's not too crowded. But yeah, I mean, it has been kind of busy, but it's not bad. It's not bad. No way! Just means we can rob a few idiots instead of just one. 2 arms, everyone. Perfect. I can kill some people. Bandits, I mean, you know. Okay, so you're rushing in here. No, you're rushing in here. Yeah, you're rushing in here. I don't think I need True Strike. Inspire Courage. Then I'll help kick that guy off.
This is where I step in.
Attack! Strike as one. Do not hold back.
Won't kill me.
Okay, so you've leveled. Level up. Okay, we will level. Class, I'll stay with Barbarian, I guess. Points, athletics, mobility, lore, perception. Choose abilities. Beast Totem Lesser. While raging, the Barbarian gains 2 claw attacks. These attacks are considered primal attacks and are made at the Barbarian's full base attack bonus. Yeah, I'll take that. That's fine. I don't want to overthink this, so. Cleric, yes. Skills. I guess we'll stick with what you've been putting them into. That's fine. No new abilities. Okay. We'll stick with Bard still. Trickery. Yes, yes. My knowledge is higher, so I'll up her mobility instead. Yep, that's fine. Weapon focus. Fuck. What is she using? I like her attacking from afar as she's been doing. Yeah, weapon focus. What's she using right now?
Just letting the ink dry.
Light crossbow. I'll keep her with a crossbow, that's fine. Choose a spell. Grease is interesting. Summon monster. Round per level. Further step, expeditious retreat. Remove fear? I think Greece is pretty good. I'll try that. Second level, the bard becomes resistant to bardic performances of others and to the bardic performance of others and sonic effects in general. The bard gains +4 bonus on saving throws made against bardic performance, sonic, and language-dependent effects. And I will stay as a wizard. Yes, yes, yes. I guess I could up perception, but I think that's fine. Sleep. And Ray of Enfeeblement. Oh. Hold on. Those are ones we already have. Yep. Can I sell to you? Take that, you scoundrels. Luke shakes his fist, but now he scratches his head and stares at the ground gloomily. The girl got away, a plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They came before to collect taxes, but this time they'll come to punish treason. Now, what are we to do? He sighs heavily. If only I could send Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. Duh, why are you here? I was told you to stay hidden. It's all over, I saw it. I just needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looks at her husband tenderly, if with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry. Your arrival to our trading post turned out so unwelcoming. I'd like to see your goods. Now let's sell some stuff. I'll take the short sword though. We'll keep one short bow. sword and a long sword. Short bow and a composite longbow. Faucher, no. Spear. It's a breastplate. I'll keep that. That's the word light mace. Interesting. I won't be keep, man. Yeah, I won't keep the mace. That's fine. Great axe. I will keep this great axe. That's interesting. Merchant will pay well for it. Pressures of armor, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll sell the pelt too. What does he have? Heavy shield +1. What do you need? Hot armor. It's a ring of protection. How much gold do I have? 993. I don't really need anything to shoot anything. What does he have? He could use a better shield. But it's kind of expensive. That's fine. Keep him with his flail, that's fine.
Well,
Really need a short bow. She could switch up with a long bow if needed. Ginormous sword is really good. She could use a short sword. As well as a short bow. No, I don't want to use a short bow, short sword. Pressures of armor. It's going to be on her, good on her. does up him. Let's keep the hide armor on her. That does up my AC though. And that is medium armor. She can use a longsword. Should only be able to use a short sword. So I'll give her the long sword then. She probably won't be using it very much, so she's not going to be using that ever. I just won't give it to her. She might use it. Dual wielding. Tell me more about yourselves. Surely there are more important things to discuss. Well, alright, we're just honest people who came here from Restall. We fixed up the old fort to the house travelers and give merchants a place to trade with the locals. We also deal with the occasional huntsman in the area. What does any of this matter? When those bandits come back, they'll either drain us dry or just kill us. What can you tell me about that man who ran away from the post and came back? That must have been Bakken. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but he comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stag Lord's gang wants him to work for them. He lacks the courage to fight those bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He has a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. Let's get to the point. You say the bandits are going to attack again. Who are they, and when will they arrive? Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang. That's who. These lands teem with bandits like bedbugs in a beggar's hut. You just stir them up. They have a camp not far from here. I expect they'll return in full force in half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult to this lightly, and his henchmen are more like demons than men. So I'll take the chaotic neutral route. I'll help you. I'm not really interested in your post, but I never back down from a good fight. Well, thanks, I guess. I might even be able to scrape some sort of reward together for you if we manage to defend the post. We have to hide Svetlana. Please don't argue, Dove. Now, we also need to decide on a plan. Go ahead and look around. There may be some tools that can be used for the battle. There are some pretty solid traps around, some tar, and a box of Alchemist Fire, it looks like. Alchemist Fire, we can put it by the gate. Light it off with a burning arrow when those bandits are nearby. That sounds like a good idea. But that could set the post on fire. Well, maybe if we covered the walls with something to protect them. All right, yes, I think it could work. I'll even shoot the arrow myself. I used to be pretty good with a crossbow back in my day. I'm going to look around, think on the best way to use the tar and traps. the traps to help catch the bandits.
I will guide us.
Potatoes, sure. I will guide us. Wee. Heavy crossbow. I'll just wait.
Our path leads on.
Tell me about yourself. What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries, buck and size. I live in the forest, live off the land. Since leaving Rostov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here at Oleg and Svetlana's post. They let me in out of kindness, help me with things. They bring me water or firewood when it's cold, and the occasional barrel of honey. They're good people. We could use your help fighting the bandits. Where's this coming from? You want an old man like me to fight? Here, take this potion. Consider that my help in your fight. The bandits here bother you as much as Svetlana and Oleg, maybe more. Help us get rid of them for good. Balkan scratches his head and then hums to himself and puffs his chest out. Well, all right, I'll show those troublemakers. They'll learn better than to chase an old man around. Someone might even write up some verses about me, maybe even heroic ones.
Without a doubt.
Well, sorry, was lost in thought.
Magritte, Turino.
And Lindsay was called forth.
Yes.
I think we're ready. Tell us as you know, how many bandits are there? What do they want? What do they want? Those bloodsuckers think they own this land. They come, take what they want, and steal the better part of our money every month as a toll for their leader. They even broke our gates so we couldn't try and hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many there are. Sometimes only 5 or 6 come. Sometimes it's a whole gang. I'd have shown them what for long ago, if not for Svetlana. They claim they were collecting taxes. Why? For the Stag Lord and his cronies, of course. That Stag Lord fancies himself a king in these parts. He may have antlers for a crown, but all the troublemakers around here are happy to follow his orders as long as they're paid. So they charge an arm and a leg as taxes. And they call their executions punishment for treason. Even those who never swore allegiance to the Stag Lord. They're killed fast if they're lucky. If not, Oleg looks to Svetlana. Dove, why don't you go start supper while we finish our talk? I've no need to be protected from dark talk. I'm not some blind kitten, you know. I've seen what they do to people. Svetlana lowers her head. Most of the gang is made up of simple bandits, but there are a few monsters among the leadership, especially those close to the Stag Lord. Ox and Dovin from Nizarok come to mind. They like to make a show of their tortures and executions. My husband and I, we saw the bodies. Wait for an attack. I'm prepared for the attack. Get in your positions and wait. Finally a fight. Was bored with all that talking. Well, these aren't the heroics I was hoping to write about, but I guess even the greatest heroes have to start somewhere. I see you're not easily cowed. I beg you be careful and please don't let Oleg do anything too risky. Svetlana, go hide inside. We're going to go meet our guests. Was that Oleg? Here we go. Oh shit.
Tear them apart!
What a waste.
Serves you right.
Ooh, unidentified cloak. I'll take the cloak. Yeah. Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fist in the air menacingly. You rats got what you deserve. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like cattle. And our Bakken here taught them a thing or two as well. You convinced the old alchemist Bakken to help you in your struggle against the bandits. Now, my lord, head on up to the guest rooms on the second floor. You deserve some rest. After such a battle, I need to clean things up. This is for your efforts. Now don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it. An honest fight deserves an honest reward. If that were more common practice in this world, I think life would be so much better.
Applause, please.
Guide for Travelers, Hunters, and Explorers of the River Kingdoms, Volume 5, Beasts, Monsters, and Beasts. Will-O-Wisp, an amusing glowing ball which looks harmless and doesn't arouse any natural suspicion, pretends to be a guiding light in the marshes, but leads travelers to certain death. The agonizing fear of their victims is this monster's nourishing dinner. If you manage to resist their tricks, make sure you have some electrical protection. Okay, electricity. The monster electrocutes any visitors it fails to lure into terror. Werewolves. Werewolves prefer to hunt in groups and attack lone travelers. It is entirely possible that a Verisian camp or troop could turn into a pack of bloodthirsty lycanthropes under cover of darkness. Ordinary weapons stand a little chance against them, but a silver blade greatly increases your chances of survival. Primals. Powerful creatures of the primal realm occasionally visit the world for amusement. It's best to stay out of a primal's way. Don't fight it. It's extremely dangerous. But if a life is at stake, resort to cold steel. Cold steel? Okay, cool. Let's rest. You wake up from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it, you saw a wall of unnaturally thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. A quick look out of the window, and you find out that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. And then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in this ghostly form, it's clear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched, and her large blue eyes burn within her pale face. Her voice is barely more than a whisper as she reaches towards you. It seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I
should have made a druid.
The guardian of this area. A defeated guardian.
The wizard's fine.
Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
I'm glad that my adventure begins with such a beautiful sight.
Beauty is so tender. It can so easily be crushed under the blows of cruel fate. But you can save it from being undone.
Sparks light up and fade in the nymph's huge eyes. What do you want from me?
Aid. Salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon, even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
The Stag Lord is responsible for the fog?
Yes. It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction. It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
How can I help you?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo, catch the whispers, search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
Right, I understand. Farewell.
I don't believe in fate, stranger, but our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
The nymph's whisper fades as she disappears. Safe location. There are no threats in this location. It is a sort of headquarters where you can prepare your party for a new expedition. In such locations, companions don't follow you around and will go about their own business. Oh, that's cool. You can speak with them freely to get to know them better. Once you exit this location and return to the global map, you will be able to choose the companions you wish to take with you, leaving the others here. Whenever you meet a new companion but don't want to include them in your party right away, that companion will travel to this location on their own. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, that's really cool. Oh, nice. This belt grants us wear +2 enhancement bonus to Constitution and +2 resistant bonus on saving throws against diseases, fatigue, and exhaustion. Sure. Ember. Red Panda's emotional support provides +1 morale bonus to saving throws.
I have no need for this.
His signet grants its wearer the ability to cast the Bless spell as a first level cleric 3 times a day. Oh, that's pretty cool. She sell stuff? Good day. I hope you're feeling all right after that battle. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I have a request. What did you want to ask me? This is a very personal request and maybe not important enough for your time. I'll completely understand if you say no, but the first time the Stag Lord thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring, just tore it off my hand. It's just a trinket really, but it meant so much to me. I remember every moment of the day Oleg came to me, that ring in hand, to ask if I'd marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard something or that I'd say something stupid and everyone around me would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. If you happen to find my ring among the bandits' possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved inside the band. Svetlana drops her thighs, lowering her voice. There is one more thing. Among the bandits, there's a dark-haired woman who wields dual axes. She's not bad in a fight. In fact, she can be extremely dangerous and cruel. But please, I beg you, show her mercy if you have a chance. I'd be happy to help, Svetlana. I'm so grateful. So grateful. Thank you for your help. Tell me about yourself. How did you and your husband find the courage to establish a trading post in the Stolen Lands? It was Oleg's idea, though I supported him in it. We didn't realize how dangerous it was here, of course. In Rostov, everyone respects the Sword Lords, and everyone's accustomed to relying on them. Even the mention of someone like Lady Jamandi could be enough to fend off a street thug or some other trouble. It could maybe even work in some places here, but not with the Stag Lord's men. What can you tell me about the Stag Lord? He's not just some average bandit. If no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the stolen lands into his personal kingdom, a kingdom of fear and oppression. We'll stick with Chaotic Good. I like adventures, but I definitely prefer the ones that involve stopping villains and helping people. I feel like Chaotic Good. I feel like my character is going towards Chaotic Good, so. I do want to sell some stuff. This guy might be handy. I think I'll keep my original party though. Ah, there he is. You certainly ruffled those villains' feathers. Well, anyway, new day, new troubles. Have you seen the fog? Never seen anything like it before. The road to Restov looks like someone spilled milk and it just hung in the air. I couldn't see anything through that suit, not even with a torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I'd bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumors say he deals with all kinds of bad magic. Show me your wares. Nothing's too good for such a good person. Yeah, I'll just sell these. I don't want to carry them around with me. Merchant would pay well, merchant would pay well, merchant would pay well. Merchant would pay well. Am I ever going to use these? I might use them. Cooking ingredients. We'll keep right here. Potion of Cure Light. Let's throw those. Cooking Almanac. Is it his hot armor? Harem. Tell me about yourself. Why open a trading post in such a dangerous place? I just dislike the noise, Oleg answers reluctantly. I'm from Rostov. Cities are complicated, lots of people, and each with their own place on the shelf. I feel that. Bow before this one, fear this other. Don't do business with a third, but be sure to be extra nice to a fourth, and villages are a little better. Everyone likes to stick their noses into each other's business. I just wanted a place where I could be my own master, and so I ended up here. I need to take care of the Stag Lord. Do you know of anything that could help me with him? Maybe help me find him? That's quite a task you've set yourself on. The Stag Lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are ever invited. The location of the fortress is a heavily guarded secret, and with this fog hanging around, I'd imagine it would be even harder to find. What else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Well, it says, I suppose you could try to follow the trail of those bandits who attacked the post before. They came from the southwest, from the side of the Thorn River. The Thorn River meanders through the northern parts of the Gnarl Marches. Slow, fetid, and teeming with life, the muddy waters flow sluggishly through flooded lands and dense thickets. The locals dare not drink from the Thorn River. and not just because of the filth or the stench. Ravenous beasts lurk in the murky depths, lying in wait and ready at any time to pull their prey from the solid ground down to the bottom of the river. Scary. The fortress might be there, or at least some large camp of theirs where you can find information. What else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Not much. Not like I've sat down and shared a cup of wine with the man, you know, but I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands less than a year ago, from what I've heard. But as soon as he got here, he took everything. I wrote to Restov, tried to warn them that the Stag Lord wasn't some typical gang leader, but they didn't listen. The rumors about him are horrible. He'll kill a person if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who have seen him up close report the same thing. Ugly scars cover every inch of his skin, not covered by his clothes. We'll speak another time. No what? The Stag Lord's past is a mystery. He just arrived one day. He was immediately a power to be reckoned with. I guess the most surprising thing about him is that he has as many followers who admire him as he has minions who obey him out of fear. He's got some inner strength in him, or maybe an inner madness. There are many who seem to follow him because of that madness, like it was some kind of virtue. I hear you. I hear you. We'll speak another time. Farewell. Let's talk to Harem. Harem pulls his beard, muttering something that could be either prayers or curses. Upon noticing you, he winces. What? Ah, it's you, Jaru. Did I startle you? I'm sorry. Oh no, that doesn't matter. I was just contemplating the futility of existence and the worthlessness of the universe. I like this man. The ways of Grotus are great. My humble mortal mind cannot fully grasp them, but I do what I can. Harem smiles apologetically. You remember, Grotus is the god of the end times. Tell me about your past. My life is divided into two parts. The first was filled with blind wandering, doubts, and attempts to serve Torag. Torag, also known as Father of Creation, is a stoic and serious Dwarven god of the Forge, protection and strategy, who values honor, planning, and well-made steel. He is an often distant deity, lending magical power to his clerics, but leaving his followers to make their own way through life, knowing that this will make them strong and determined. The second part began when I accepted Grotus into my soul and received a clear vision of the world. What exactly would you like to know? Where are you from? My life story began in Lorad, a city of Dwarven clerics and acolytes. They served Torag and the other Dwarven gods, Torag's brothers, Ongrad and Magrim, Torag's wife, Fulgrit, and his daughter, Bolka. His sons, Grundenar, Coles, and Trud, and also Torag's sister, Drangvit. Harem curves his lip in contempt. I wouldn't be surprised if they built a temple to Torag's pet dog. Sorry I let myself get carried away. Harem sighs and pulls his beard several times. Lorad is the second largest Dwarven city in the 5 Kings Mountains. It's built up around numerous temple caverns which serve as places of worship for all the Dwarven gods. Many pilgrims from every corner of Golarion come to Lorad to pray to their gods. Some remain to live there. The 5 Kings Mountains are tall and imposing peaks, rich with ore and iron bloom mushrooms, heavily populated by dwarves. They are the largest center of Dwarven culture on or beneath Golarion. Highhelm, the largest Dwarven city on Golarion, is located under one of its peaks. Okay. The city is simply imbued with faith. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a cleric. It's no surprise, inspired by the aura of the city, that I decided as a young boy to dedicate all my efforts to becoming a cleric of Torag. You once tried to serve Torag? Not just tried, it was a burning passion. I craved it by day and dreamt of it at night. Harem shakes his head as if amazed by his own stupidity. You see, Jaru, from my first days I felt the presence of the god at my back. I heard his whispers and felt his power. Though the nature of his power was unclear to me, I thought Torag himself was trying to speak to me, and I did all I could to understand his words. Oh, what a naive fool I Oh, what a naive fool I was. I had no idea that Torog, the uncompromising, conceited god glamorized by all dwarves, was capable of betrayal. He turned away from me, Jaru. He left me in the hour when I put all my hopes in him and desperately needed his support. Torog is the god of craftsmanship, so every follower, especially the clerics, must smith their own suit of armor. The day when this work is finished is like the second birthday for a dwarf. He's newly born in the eyes of Torog. Let me pop my back. Ooh. A lot of reading. My second birthday never came. I couldn't make armor, not even a sword, not even a simple nail. My hammer smashed my fingers and fell on my feet. Molten iron burned my hands. The clerics laughed as they healed me. They used to say I was cursed by Torog, so I finally gave up any attempt to please the betrayer god. Even if Torog really has rejected you, is that enough reason to leave your homeland? You don't know much about dwarves. Harem lets out a sad sigh. How can a dwarf cursed by Torog go on living in a city where every single soul bows to Torog? I was alone, disgraced, humiliated, insulted. A lone tear glints in the light before sliding down Harem's cheek and hiding his beard. I was trying to drown my sorrows in drink, but even the owner of the cheapest pub on the road would laugh at me while he put those mugs in front of me. I couldn't take it any longer. I wanted everything to end. But there was one thing that kept me going and prevented me from ending my life. I could still hear that divine whisper behind my back. It was yet faint. It took a long time before I could hear it clearly, but having heard it once, I could never forget it. It was clear that none of Larod's deities favored me, so I left the Five Kings Mountains and went out searching. I didn't think dwarves even worshipped Grotus. How did you learn about him? Oh, but that blessed day became the beginning of a new life. Alone and abandoned by all, I spent many dull hours in a filthy tavern by the roadside. I don't recall the town nor even the country. I had no money. In fact, all I had was a hunk of stale bread. I was weary and almost fainting from hunger. And that was the moment when the whisper came, when the whisper from my God became more clear. It was like he was calling me. At last my sufferings had come to an end. It was a miracle, Jaru, and I had paid full price for it with my torments. I couldn't control myself. I walked out of the tavern and straight into the nearest forest, and there I found the ruined temple of Arodin, the lost god. Several figures clad in robes were holding a silent service there. A service to a god I knew nothing of. None minded when I stood beside them. For the first time in my life, I felt at home. Arodin was the immortal Aslanti who raised the Starstone from the bottom of the Inner Sea in one Aeor, and in so doing founded the city of Absalom and ascending to godhood. Prophecy told of his return to Galarian and the beginning of a new age of glory. On the eve of his return, however, his clerics were cut off from their power and terrible storms racked the world. Now presumed dead, Arodin's demise ushered in the current age of lost omens. The lost god. My new brothers told me that they were clerics of Grotus, the god of end times. They were traveling around Galarian, spreading the teachings of Grotus, despite all the persecution, contempt, and misjudgment they received from others. I gladly shared this burden with them, for now I knew whose voice had whispered to me through all those years. Wait, so you couldn't even make a simple nail and you blame Torog? Are you suggesting that my problem was not a curse, just my own inability to work with the metal? Or maybe you're saying that I was just too lazy. Hiram looks into your eyes defiantly, his hands trembling with suppressed rage as he runs his fingers over his beard. You're a fool if you think so. An ignorant fool. Have you ever met a dwarf who can't handle a smith's hammer? Even our children craft knives. No. Torag is the cause of my sufferings. The betrayer god deliberately cursed me just to make a laughingstock of me. Hiram raises his hand and shakes his fist at someone above. But I won't let myself to get angry at you, Jaru. You're an ignorant and blind soul, and my aim is to guide you through this dying world that marches towards its end. I will open your eyes or die trying. Grotus will be pleased by either outcome. I really like this guy. Really like Hiram. Let's talk about something else. I'd like to learn more about dwarves. Whew, man. A lot of reading. Most dwarves are self-satisfied, stubborn fools serving Torog. They don't deserve my good attitude. Hiram winces, but you can ask what you want to know. I'll try to answer. Tell me about the 5 Kings Mountains. The Dwarven Kingdom, yes. Well, it's to the south from here. It survived many trials, and there will be more yet to come. Hiram strokes his beard, contemplating. There is no unity among dwarves, Jaru. The 5 kings rule over our people. They sit on the thrones of the 5 greatest cities, and with every passing day it grows harder for them to come to any agreement. The only thing uniting the 5 Kings Mountains is the Sky Cicadel of Highhelm, the great dwarven fortress at the mountain's heart. Sky Cicadels, or citadels, Cicadel. Citadel, dude. I can't pronounce words. Mighty dwarven fortresses that can be found throughout Avestan and Garund, the first to be built by the stout folk when they emerged into the surface world during the Age of Darkness. Although 10 citadels were built in total, only a few have survived intact to the present day, and fewer still are held by the dwarves. Highhelm is among the ancient and expansive dwarven settlements recognized as a Sky Citadel. Constructed during the Age of Darkness within and beneath lofty Emperor's Peak in the 5 Kings Range, it has remained the center of dwarven culture on Avestan for millennia. So it's one of the Sky Citadels. Have the dwarves always lived on the surface? Oh no, eons ago all dwarves lived deep beneath the surface, and they did rather well, judging by the historic records. They built fortresses befitting noble dwarves, but our restless god Torog sent us a prophecy, the quest for the sky. He ordered all dwarves to abandon their fortresses and press upwards to show their beards to the sun, as they say. The quest for the sky is the ancient dwarven migration to the surface of Galarian from their original homes in the Darklands. Their god Torag had given them a prophecy. When the ground shook beneath their feet, they must press upwards to the surface. They took the massive tremors caused by earthfall in -5293 AR as this sign and began their journey towards the surface, finally emerging there in 4987 AR. Tell me about the Sky Citadels. Oh, there are the peaks of creation, glorious cities built by the ancient dwarves who finally reached the surface after many hardships, performing the final labor in their quest for the sky on the surface of Galarian. Harem's eyes glitter with admiration. They are steadfast, tall, magnificent. They are beautiful. Galarian. The planet Galarian orbits a yellow sun in the far reaches of the material plane. Third of 11 in orbit, this blue planet contains vast oceans and lush green lands and is the perfect environment for countless cultures. Indeed, Galarian is the most populous planet in its solar system. Its innately hospitable and life-sustaining environment is presumably the work of the gods, so astronomers sometimes refer to Galarian as the child. Astronomers of other planets, however, often refer to Galarian as the cage in reference to its cosmic role as the prison of the mad god Ravagug, who lies bound at the world's core. Oh, that's interesting. The 10 citadels, okay, there's 10. The 10 citadels were built by dwarves, but we've managed to keep only a few. The citadels crumbled, and the orcs, sworn enemies of our people, trampled their blessed streets and ruined the gorgeous palace of the ancient kings. Harem's eyes grow misty with tears. These were heavy losses and a disgrace to our people, Jaru. High Helm is the jewel of the citadels that remain. It is located in the heart of the mountains and the heart of every dwarf. Yes, yes, my heart too. There is a dwarven saying, if an enemy reaches High Helm, every dwarf from all corners of the world will come to defend it. If an enemy reaches High Helm, okay. Harem casts a sad glance at you. I'd be there too, but not to help the Citadel's defenders. I'd be there to witness the fall of our people with my own eyes and mourn it. I would fall upon the cold stone and raise my final prayer to Grotus. I have other questions. I'm going to have to finish this later, guys. There's too much reading. And I've got to get out of here. Alright, I'm going to end the stream for now. Y'all have a good one.